We're back? We're back. Okay, good. Everything worked. And what were we doing a week ago? It's been a long week. So, hey, BTV. A very long week in real life. Beat some guys up here. Down a bit. I saw. That's exciting. Gonna keep tweaking at that map, or you have plans for another one? Nice. Cover me. Paladin. I have a doubler available. You're not. Currently using lightning. Wait at all. In fact, whatever, it's fine. Not important. Another one lined up. Nice. Take a little break. Refresh a little. Right, this is the cavern with nothing having any crime. You have crime? Just you. Nothing to crime. Alright, well then. Have a good day. That's a dead fighter. Nice. Just about there. And you're getting garrisons to work more consistently. So that's always nice. Ah, the best of news. Yeah, I think you've turned diplomacy into a good spell for your secondary person to have. Pathfinding, logistics, and diplomacy now feel like a staple. Big spider. Yeah, if the hero If there's no hero there with at least a spell, it's not going to be particularly helpful. Level are you? 25. Hey, Blake, how's it going? Oh, it's been a long week. I feel like it's been ages since I've done this. And good morning. Gosh, an atom. Powerful spider. Oh, nice. That's excellent. That puts certain things very off limits unless you have the units to spare. Turbo, get over there. If life slows down, you'll finish Brave New World. By the time life slows down, Blank, you'll want to restart. That's R2, okay. No one here has anything to crime except for the spy. Definitely a group of spiders. A group of snakes, not worth it. What are we doing here? Urshin's gone. Alright, Urshin is actually just the armor, and there's a babe inside. That's the spirit, Blank. Now that's right. Attitude there. Yeah, we were being sent to go get a body for Babe Urshin so we can get her. Oh, that means we keep armor Urshin. Small child, inherit this wizard. Medium can certainly hold a god, right? Yeah, BTB. Fine week it is to have. Nice response. Pressing there now. I'll bring you over some food in just a second. Back over here. At the camera. Just this tale of this other god getting his butt kicked over and over. Phenomenal cosmic power. Any big living space. See how the child's doing. Yes. Building in town, right? Figured as much. You were with us when she learned that. Actually, kinda neat. One half way stronger than the other. May as well. Right there. It's been half an hour of game. Add on to the 11. I don't know where the other hour and a half went. You haven't died. What are what's not counting on the clock? Phone, where did you go? Sometimes, a lot of these games, it matches up. You can see that because it looks like there's a running timer up there. So, but this one's way off. Shouldn't be walking around the first place. Do the cut back to the other side. Having a time here. Sit there. First Emperor. Aolu. history lesson? Back and forth to this. A history lesson. Give me the lore. Oh, we'll come back to the lore. Alright. Everyone's gonna go first. Might be better off waiting for them all. But smack him in the face. His rod could have procced. We hurt this man enough. He might try to heal him instead of blowing us up. Oh, because of the alcove here, you can't just jump up onto the wall. That's fine. Beautiful. Just enough that they might turn around and try to heal. Everyone spread out. I don't have a shield. The AI is weird like that sometimes. It all comes down to Parker. What's he gonna do? Oh, might blow up my wizard. Ow. Summons are very overpowered in this game. It's disappointing that Crime got none of his reaction prompts. At least our hero staying healthy. You could solo Gafgaria, no problem. It's the other team the rest of the team that's having an issue. There you go, beautiful. Alright, now that the ATB has calmed down a little, I can turn somebody off. Attempt to. %. That's a lot of damage, yeah. Take that. How much MPD? How many times can you do that? Too many. Oh, you're a really good wizard too. Get up, Crime. Headshot. With the proc. Very nice. He is also a very good wizard. Boosted by the ice rod. He'll be fine. I don't think they have any recovery options, so we'll get there eventually. Gotta survive until their summoner runs out of MP. Summons are also pretty quick to cast. A huge AoE. Ow. %, chance of auto potion. Alright, so I may have mentioned before, there's a lever here, you stop your person there, you'll pop open the door. Join the 2 squads. What's left of them. Good, he's done. He's gonna go hide in the corner. Excellent. Can I frog you? I can try. Coin flip to turn you off for the fight? Yeah, that sounds good to me. In case it doesn't work, shoot him? Yeah. Alright. 50-50. I should just ignore Gafgarian. And the threat's over here. See you later, Gafgarian. With the right setup, you could leave your main person up top at the beginning of this fight. And just have him rain summons down below or something. Out of range. Parker only has 1 summon left in him. I think they're 24 MP. $60 damage with a bonk. Hey, Misty. 60 damage bonk? That's gotta be Zodiac compatibility. You're a Libra. You're an Aries. Yeah, worst. Libra of best. Libra of opposite sex. So yeah. That was Zodiac compatibility, boosting that damage so much. Get up, Crime. This is the way this fight tends to go. The Zodiac compatibility is really dumb. Does not belong in this game whatsoever. Alright, he has arrived. Hello, I am here. Now eat shit. Gafgarian should just follow Dando around when he can reach him. Okay, good. Get a turn. Do you knife her in the back? There's nothing worth stealing in this map, right? Not even Gafgarian anything. Yeah, I already stole his sword. Last map. I think you just run and you pick him up, or do you heal yourself? Well, you don't have a high potion, so yeah. Pick up the wizard. Marker is about to go. Get over here, and then... not enough. Just not enough power to shoot him in the head. Now we're all nicely bunched up for his last summon. Yeah, we'll come back to that. But later. What were we doing here? You have an ice brand? Nice. Gotta sell off your extra stuff. You have the defender. You can sell off your other weapons. Gauntlets, you did pick up a ribbon. This wizard. I have a list here. Wizard staff cast Confuse. Also have that open as well. We're done here, right? We got the cube. Yeah, we got a cube. Colorful. Let's leave. I like the effect of this map using the wraparound that you can see. Trippy. Armor what? Best is the ruby. Ribbon is a hat. Ow, Dave. Stay strong. Level 19. With Cube, I can go to the tower in the desert, I think? These things poison? Seems like a strange add-on. Get him, Goose. Yeah! Power Staff kill. Snuck up on this unicorn. We sliced that unicorn in half. Just under 10 hours of this. Oh, there it is. Last game we were at like 11, 12 hours. Breath of Fire 4. Perhaps this could be a favorite of today. We get this moving. Do it. Perhaps not weak to lightning. Crocodile. Ow. Stay safe, Bio. Stay safe, Dave. Oh boy. Oh gosh. A 4 damage hit. Dave. You monster. There, Dave should, unless the crocodile crits. There we go. It's fine. Good morning, Maya. Where did I leave that airship? Apple. Beautiful. Think we had to buy a... Did we buy a ferry yet? Yeah, we have a ferry. Well, we lost the ferry. We had a ferry. Who knows where it went? Wabbit is learning Hyper Beam. Very well. That's where we were. That's a big rabbit. Bug could make use of grain. That's right, Flop. How you doing, buddy? I don't need confusion and can't stack either. Oh. So yeah, no poison. Giga Drain. Be only funnier if it was a floppy disk you were feeding to your Pokemon. serious edibles. Where were we? We just finished. All right, that's where. This is red. I think red now needs to go into the casino. That's next step here. Doing it does get to a kind of a neat open world-ish kind of thing. There's a lot of different directions to go in. What are you holding? You have... Where does it say what you're holding? There, charcoal. Gambling. Gambling. It almost had it. I do like that the slot reels don't cheat. When you push the button is when it stops. Awfully polite. Don't worry that this Charmeleon can fly. Don't worry about it. Ah, perfect. Maybe someday Red Dragon will learn any new fire move. Is there any good news these days? Does anyone out there have any good news? We could sure use it. Better tell boss. An elaborate mechanism. Oh, dude, this is the time to use that. And living in the USA getting concerning. Fat rat. Then you gotta send pictures of before and after bio. Ooh. Ooh. Hit me. Fire attack? Fire attack? No. Red Dragon, please. You're really not much of a dragon. Although everything here is going to be pretty low level. I mean, to be fair, these evil people have been talking about doing this forever. And people still vote for them. It's not like they were being they're not like they've ever been secretive about how they want to, how they're terrible people in every way. I agree. What are we doing, King? Where? Why are we in your menu? Where are we? There, yeah, there we are. Correct. These are all very correct statements. I think we were about to go after... What was it? How was I building? No idea. Enjoy your magic. Everyone will get respect later. Not everyone. I think 4 of you will get respect later. Yeah, pretty much. Amayana. You have the crime knife on, right, Slots? Fine now. Yeah, get in there. Hadouken. That powered it up a little bit. On the one person who could survive that. Nice. King, please. Or Slots, please. Never mind. Proven wrong. He could also survive that. Dice, dice, baby. Okay, King, you're not planning on casting anything. We're good. Neither are you. You don't have anything to cast. Don't have Seraph. Or, you know what? Yeah. Put on Seraph anyway. You die, I can just piggyback back up. Yeah. Alright, ham for everyone. Anyone need... You have Golem. Shiva for the ice, for absolute 0. About as tanky as we're getting, so, this might be the map where I don't want to do that. We're just gonna Aura Bolt, actually. We're just going to Aura Bolt. Setzer can be very frustrating to any boss. He can be really hard to bring down, and if you're good at slots, he will not go down, and no one and everyone else will get back up. To the sky! $1,000. That's respectable. Oh. My haste. I think Runic knows Dispel. Yeah, that's what I was saying. For the Pokemon, Pokemon Casino doesn't rig the slots, and that's super satisfying. That was 3k through his defenses. This battle won't take too long. First, remove those defenses. I should probably actually use Golem, huh? Why? That's why you're wearing it. Here, bear, please. Yeah, I was doing that for the shell. That's what was going on. Totally just for the shell. Beautiful. Yeah. Just a heal, please. Totally play. Yeah. With the Tiger Mask and all that defense, he should survive. Will anybody else? Loss is up. I think I left the egg on Runic. In that case. King is fine. Back-to-back Southern Crosses, huh? Very well. If you insist. Ow. Bear with magic defense stacked on, and shell. Rude. I was gonna say Runic just shut down. Ow. Not that. Beautiful. Good thinking, King. The zombie is just like another berserker. Beautiful dodge. Give him the tornado. That works too? Okay, Southern Cross has to be a response to getting poked. Every X number of pokes, he'll just Southern Cross. Which, when you have that's a big attack for how little, I think Tiger Mask is our only way to reduce fire at this point. Zombification can always work out. So look at them go. There are distractions on the field. This might trigger a Southern Cross. Oh, there's that 1 in 16 chance of poisoning. Every time a zombie bites, you get a 1 in 16 chance of poison and or blind. I'd like to get Runic back so I can dispel. This should actually trigger a Southern Cross. I'm thinking right on what's causing it. Yeah. Oh, back to this. We'll see if by the time Brave New World comes back around, if I remember to cast the spell. Yeah, better move for Brooklyn. Light isn't really working out. Water Pulse has outlived its usefulness. And Cut is a really disappointing move, battle-wise. Can I buy a better move? Do so. Don't want it. Buy a baby dragon. You gonna tell me what these are? What is this? Flamethrower. Shadow Ball. Thanks, UI. Thunderbolt. Iron Tail. Ice Beam. I feel like the cat could probably use most of those. Ineffectively. Maybe alright when paired with boosting item. Oh. Yeah. An Asper Berry. The cat is really here just to pick up items randomly. Here, get to the berry. There's a berry pouch, right? Be used in battle for defrosting. Enjoy. I don't want Brooklyn holding it to any. Brooklyn's whole shtick is that she'll occasionally pick something up. Push the button. Does she even have that leather? Cool move. I love that Pokemon though. Not entirely sure what Drowsy's supposed to be. Bipedal Anteater? I like it. A tiny elephant? Tapir. Oh, like, oh, there's a Tapir in Final Fantasy VI. The Dream Eater, right? Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. But Drowsy's evolved form does lose the nose, right? If I recall correctly. And hey, Goblin. A fire, a baby fire that I learned at level like 6 and haven't improved on ever. just find it really weird that level 29 and we still... Alright, level 30, fire move? No. Really strange. This is the dungeon where Red Dragon will grow wings. Speed. Ah, added 5-hour energy. Hypno is the name, yeah. You done learning move. You have minimize? You have minimize, secret power. Yeah, I think everything else I'll teach you is a TM, so yeah. Congratulations, Moon Fairy. Time to get large. Feed this little poof ball a rock. Bluff Fable. Grown up a little bit. It's a bashful, whatever that means. But they don't. At no point do they explain what any of the natures mean. Right, still cute charm. Stats all went up by like 15. That's alright. I'll be looking to get rid of Encore or something. That's a useless. One of those things they didn't really plan out, just kind of tossed in here. For no reason. Encore makes the Pokemon do that move they just did. So if they use like Tail Whip, I can make them continue to use Tail Whip and not something more dangerous. It's situational. Now the ultimate PvP is if I can get Leaf Green to face off against Fire Red. But that's not really doable. This is the 69th shuffle of Leaf Green. Right, Leaf Green is wrapping up Erica, then heading over to Saffron. Alright, fish, are you hungry? Hard-boil those eggs. Haha. I'm gonna assume that this team is ready for a trainer for a boss fight. No one's dead, so that's a good start. How beefy are you? Pretty. Hey, if you could buy Return, I would put that on every single Pokemon. The only two moves you need, Return and Secret Power. No, we definitely do not need it. Fish might actually be done learning anything. Definitely say as a kid, I always assumed wing attack was hitting something with your wings. Not so much as creating a tornado and throwing it at someone with your wings. But this Pokemon's adorable. It makes more sense that the wings are kicking up gusts. Bloom's getting you a little high on acid, man. I see. Well, paralysis hasn't affected Bird at all. Tear it up. Use the power. Good job, Bird. And is there anyone on this team who wants to learn Giga Trick? No. No. Not for a 5 PP move. Razor Leaf will eventually take your last spot. Leaf Green has a commanding lead by not getting held up by Misty and Brock, like Fire Red was. Yeah, kind of thing. I don't think I put off anything else. Go to Saffron. I think Saffron has the Psychic Gym? What's going on here? You just advertise that out in the public? I don't recognize this place. There a dungeon in here too? Let's explore. Yeah? Alright, it's just a dungeon sitting here too. Alright, cool. Pretty decent levels too, especially for 5 of them. Cool move. This thing looks ridiculous. It's a jelly bean. Roll out. I do love Golbez's sprite. Hey! Golbez, Golbats. Cry makes me feel alive. Turn into a ball, boo-boos, and roll everywhere. This guy and his many bats. Starts off strong with the Golbat, and then his army of Zubats surround it. The Queen Bee and the Hive Workers. And Eradicate, what? Ooh. Is one rat. broke theme. He goofed. It will be associated with Team Rocket. As in, like, this is a hostile takeover? Is that what that phrase means? Whoa, first one of these we've seen. First scientist. Got a beaker and everything, makes him efficient. Okay. Dragon works against electric steel, someone said this thing there? Ow, gosh. That hurts. Suppose this is water and flying. Just the rudest move to ever teach your large Pokemon. Was that horn audible on stream? Because, I remember that that sounding way better than it did here. I don't think I have anything good against steel. Babe, love how you play the flute, babe. 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 Well, to be fair, we were given this. We were not told how to use it. Alright, apparently the way to beat steel is with fighting. Which... Kung Fu Master, Spanky? Someday might grow up. I think we said fire, because Faraga can melt steel beams. You know, the Pokemon truthers. Solve the maze. First, we gotta fight you. No kids. Yeah, we're wrapping this up. Oh, ground works against lightning too? That's good to know. Beams. Throwing forks at me. Oh no. What am I doing? I have these red. I may as well use these items. And a freebie, red essence. Oh boy. Beams. Those people punching the steel pillars. Whoa, trippy, bro. I don't know, I forget if I can heal through the invincibility of the red essence. Doesn't matter. Just go. Fight. Bonk. Bonk. Attack! He has a gun! Nailed it. Ha ha! I always, as a kid, I always saw his Smithy's left hand, gun hand, as like a McDonald's French fries container with fries sticking out. I didn't understand the design at all as a child. I was like, why are these French fries shooting bullets at me? The true American dream. At this point, that's doing. Did you outperform the shell? Not really. Still no. Alright. Eye lasers. Oh man. Whoa. Bagged him. Oh baby. Ha ha! May as well. I have it. Power. Lock. I don't know what additive is. Fine. Don't worry about it. You shoot him. Gun be gun. Honk. Honk. Yes. Yo, you fool. 400 damage. I had to experiment. Can I heal through invincibility? Yes. Nice. Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Oh, okay. Oh, that'll do it. The next one down. That's one of those robot chicken shows, or like Adult Swim. Okay, so which one of you is that one? Those are all in one folder. You. Or RPG. Also filter. Also copy this one. $16 games remain on the shuffler. That's lined up. Yeah, I like this new setup for as these start to wrap up. I kind of figured this would finish before Illusion of Gaia, but I didn't know how long that game was. Slide you over. Yeah, line it up on the right side. Just declutter a little bit. Yeah, that looks a lot better, I think. The next one to finish will probably be FF1. Yeah, Gino for Smash when? Endo. Imagine how fun Gino could be in Smash. Got moves. Mario looks so good. It was the first time I've ever beaten this game without using Peach or Bowser. But the next one to finish will probably be Final Fantasy 1. Or Breath of Fire. I don't remember how much more to that in there. Depending where the disc break is in Dragon Warrior. Maybe that one. Oh, I completely forgot that the Exor, the sword, Thanos snaps away. I feel like the Super Nintendo is where Mario really hit his stride. Now that you summoned it, Goblin. Hey, alright. Nuts. Nope, back to this garbage. Correct. You know Kiraga yet? Yeah. Now, it's a pig. Golbez. Do the crime. It's a pig. Stole a knife from a pig. Alright. First time he's stolen anything. This whole time. 3,000 damage. That knife any good? No. Or at least you could say you have done anything to help. Okay. I'll go as far as to say garbage port. Bad game, garbage port. Is this the direction we were going? I don't remember. Cats with instant death attacks. No thank you. That seems right. Box there. This looks important. Alright, let's get ready. You know what? Maybe... Yeah, that's... Because the Final Fantasy V Advance port is really good. It's as good as the Pixel Remaster. I don't recall the 6 Advance port at all, but I don't recall that was terrible. It had boring bonus stuff, but otherwise fine. Cannot fly over lava. What were we even doing? Alright. Rest here. Alright, King Jot. Rest, in case we get dragged into a plot event right away. Do there. Has some new bugs. People don't. People want the same experience, but with better graphics. Not even better graphics. It's terrible. Worse graphics. $5,000 for a remedy. The heck? Prices. Very, very real. Very strange. I did recall we had to then find this man who survived survived exploding a bomb. Jumped off the airship and exploded. It's fine because the game just can't go all the way. But we did recall we needed him to make the airship be able to fly over lava. These scenes are cute. The terrible gameplay of this, the way they've actually made the gameplay of this so much worse, takes away any ability for me to enjoy it. The best parts of this game is when we're not involved in the actual RPG elements. I'm gonna say no. I disagree, Blank. It was not a mashup. Well, oh no, a dwarf. I do like that for the first 6, they whiplash back and forth between fun adventure and emotional melodrama. FF1 adventure, FF2 everyone's dead. FF3 adventure, FF4 everyone is dead. FF5 adventure, FF6 the world is dead. Imagine how good FF7 could have been if it decided to keep up with that and have FF7 be entirely adventure. Instead of the weird back and forth that game was trying to do, making me very apathetic to it. 8 is sad melodrama. Alright, buy you a hat. Finally time to buy any equipment at all, I suppose. What are you wearing, Golden? Alright, you do have any pants at all. Iron ring, okay, enjoy. You don't have a hat at all, so yeah, this might help. Now, they didn't give me a dwarf. Oh, hey, box. A free dwarf axe. It's like 20,000 bucks. FF7, where nothing you did mattered at all along. Where you could have just not shown up and the exact same thing would have happened. 2, I didn't climb this tower since I didn't open that box. Correct. So what have I missed out on? Garbage, 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 and an elixir. Points is true. And then, from my understanding, because I haven't played 9. My understanding is that 9 is also adventure. Where We actually made things way worse. Alright, I did come up here. Pretty much, the good dog's, motivation is just, you saved me, this is fun, I'll go with you. Which, yeah, that's good a reason as any. Obaz is very persistent. Do our best. Southwest. Alright, we have a direction. Go. This is also where I could stop and grind to do the Esper stuff, or the summon stuff. That is one of the cutest things in the game, is that you could go on a date with Barret. Not gonna do this stuff. There's something down here, right? What is in here? I don't remember. Dead end. Why would you do that? Master Keckle. Have there been things in bookshelves this whole time that haven't been poking them? I think she sticks around the rest of the game. I don't. Alright, if I find adamantite, bring it back here. Got it. Let's go southwest. Southwest it is. Are you the Seal Cave? Oh, hey, Goblin. Goblin said it, and there it be. Where am I? He's normal again. Just under 10 hours in. Alright, get off. Get out. There you go, Archeotech. I like that he didn't fade out when he left the building, he just walked into the darkness. Alright, we still have a ways to go, so Final Fantasy 1 we'll probably beat this one to the end. Yeah, there's still a whole character we haven't picked up yet. How are we doing on Marble 30? I have 11. 11's good for now. Or let's forget. It's like a groundhog, right? Something like that. Mole. That's it. It digs. Sir, are you napping on the job? Oh, hello. Nap time. Just a random boss fight. I like it. Games or dies. Oh, so he could actually kill off. Could actually kill him off. Neat. Alright. Fish with the booty. Bribe, get out of here. Did these do anything? Horny toad. Oh, okay. Sure was bright. 58, alright. Better off warping you. Oh, okay. His ability is to be morphed into more crime forms. And I believe he's helpful for getting more dragon. Bonk. Big is here. Nice zap. Ka-chow, ka-chow. How did the... I know, really. Not that. They're right there. $20 for an instant kill move. That probably doesn't work most of the time. Everyone's got such pronounced booties in this. Big doesn't skip glute stick. You know, an auto flee is a weird thing to have when you have the ability to just turn off random encounters. But it's, you know, it's polite that they thought of that at all. Use a bomb. Kaboom. Be mad. Took several hours to get any dragon forms. It's taken many, many more hours, and no further dragon forms have appeared. Go. My understanding is I can't get any more dragon until... I did one try. Big is dead. Ah. Another one wanted me to bring a sword. I do not have a sword. Dragon sword. Ooh. He's pulling out moves now. Yeah! Good stab. I believe I need rod. I need like the last rod, right, to actually get anywhere with that. That's what we're doing. For 1 MP. I just picked up rod 4. One MP, 1 HP. Muscand. In a minute. We'll be right there. Yeah, it's fine. No Rod 3. I love this game sometimes. Like, I skipped buying Rod 1. I found Rod 4. I have it in here somewhere, right? Yeah. There's Rod 4. You'll never be able to use this. You'll never be able to use this. Nice game. Oh, I have even more Marble 3s than I thought. Excellent. Somewhere over here is scanned. Hello. Oh. We're down here now. We are the mole people. They're being exploited. Ogu is in the world of dreams. We'd head to Tunlin. Yeah. Owl. Like a hood? I found the Rosetta Stone. Island in the southeast. I feel like I've already been to Tunlin. Or something very similar named. Not sure. It's been hours. Gotta fight in his dream world, gotta fight the Stooges. And in here, very confused babe. Ah, thanks. Make it, Grandpa, go! Boy. Gonna go ahead and try to drain her of some mana. Dancing Dagger has a 50-50 chance of doing an attack or a dance. Of the dances, there are 4. One of them is Osmos. One of them is Drain. One is Confuse. And one is 4 times your physical attack as a magic spell. Now that. Swords Dance. Not mean to have you. Zoom. Get my mana back, and you can die. That works too. Boy. Bam. That'll work too. Very expensive team to be going through the pyramid with. Chimera, how you doing? That's a real enemy. Yeah, there's your mana drain. You're actually running low on your mana. And another. Fortunately, not undead things that I can afford. Attempt to. Your move. Do it. Do it, you strange beast. Life. Life. We want you wearing Gaia gear. Both of you. Well, not you. Not you? Yes, you. Gaia gear for casting Titan. Powers up. Naked Grandpa. Curious. Yep. Nice. Game gear. Huh. Weird. If they summon something while confused, it instantly dies. Powerful. You can't wear knives, right? No. You actually don't have a way to restore your MP in combat. That's fine. Well, that's pretty cool. Man, and those things can drop elixir? Very nice. Cats! The damned! Fortunately, undead cats. Cats that hit very hard, but explode instantly. Hammer, very good weapon for your berserker. How do I get over there? That would be ideal, right? $44. That's a lot. You can also take a grandpa quite effectively. This is that one room from Final Fantasy VI. You did hear it first. Whoops. I mean, I meant to do that. Look, treasure. Yeah, totally meant to do that. Kaboom. Yeah, back to this. Oh gosh. Let's if Bay can pull this off. Like, it's most of a cute idea. If we, like, got to take control of Bade during this and had to fight with what stats I gave him, then I'd be more... Bade is freaking dead. I'd be more tempted to care. And it kicks me out of town. We're doing it again. I did not think about buffing him. Casting Protect on him would have been a good idea. But the Master System is terrible, so let's just go. The lighthouse. Duel. Well, you be trying nothing. You two will go. Ego. Wonder if I could just morph into a dragon and destroy them. If he dies, if he dies, I will just morph into a dragon and destroy you all. Everyone will die. He gets a lot of crits. I don't know. I'd rather not have to... What I looked up said I can kill... If I attack Zig and he dies from my attack, then he can't stop the fight. Alright, I think we're good now. Yeah, we're fine. Protect is a much bigger buff than I would expect it to be. And I did do a lot of boosting Bade's defense in, like, the 2 training matches. From what I saw during the training fight, it stacks indefinitely. I was able to get Bade to the point where Gar couldn't hurt him. Yeah, Bade is now unstoppable, because I forgot about the whole buffing him thing. See, that's your problem there. You are overly distracted by the babe. I took off all of my pants. I stripped everyone nude and had him punch us for a while. Looks like our final team will eventually be Chad, Pecco, and if Ray ever shows up, Ray or Tipo ever show up again. Unless Chad is not mandatory. If Chad isn't mandatory, I will bench him. I haven't tried sticking him in the back row because neither of them are any good. Fine. Now give me back my pants. You're all he's not at all, though. Give me back the weapon. You're holding Chad's sword. £98. My God. Half of me. Alright, and a very short shuffle of that. Back to the lore. Yeah. I'm just a farmer. I don't understand the lore, sir. And I don't remember much about Breath of Fire 4 at all. I remember the ending was neat. I do remember that. We are beyond my memory of the rest of this game at all. Counting beans, don't worry about it. All naked child. Time to leave. First time he's been on the world map? Interesting. Now to Yogi. You're the Emperor. You are the God Dragon. Move the boulder. You're a dragon. Step over. You guys seem to be connected. So if if Bilbo here uses Blitz, odds are that Scrim will learn it too. Okay. Changes damage with HP. So if you focus into Blitz, that could be a big move. Cool move. The game told me to come here, but I guess I need to do something in town first. Gotta find the event trigger. You know how to move a Brock? I took one path too soon. A snotty ball. Hold thyself in mine affairs. Loves a silver fox. Or I guess I have to talk to people to find out about the first. It's back. That's interesting. That's an interesting about game experience as you go. Hey, Miyako. Thanks for the hydrate. Ah, the God Emperor cannot get past that stump. Welcome to the Shuffler. 16 games remain on the Shuffler. Randomly shuffled every 6 to 12 minutes. It's back. Whatever it is, I guess it's at the Sanctum? The problem with having this overpowered god on this side is that means everything we're doing over here is more or less glorified cutscene. Again, all the combat, uninteresting. 14 along with a couple of dragging you down. He doesn't even have a app skill. Okay, so whatever it is, it's not over here. Poke the Sanctum, this is not where the roar came from. Or I had to talk to more people to figure out what it was. I just took the wrong turn. Alright. Happened. Elephant! Thanks, Floyd. Yeah, we got one's done. Mario RPG is done. Alright, tell me about yourself, Happen. Superhuman strength. Well, it's not a human, so duh. It's an elephant. Happy Tuesday, Miyako. Pretty cool looking move. Never saw Gino again. Try it again. In a world where status effects could work. The God Emperor trampled by an elephant. I feel like this battle music just got a lot louder than everything else. Oh wow, look at that. Beautiful. Status effect. That worked. Oh, and Drain can miss. Wow. A bad game. Oh, is it gonna kill me? The God Emperor. Oh, we're fine. $36 health. The God lives. It must morph for the sake of an elephant. The P is blue, where Scrim is red. Well, we gotta use Eraser at least one. Do it. Time for a cutscene. Orb. Oh, I could skip it. Well, that's what that means. Apparently that means skip. Gonna show that off, but what's X? Captain N. Is that an anime? This time let's actually show off. Demonstrate Eraser. Show me the power of Orb. The power of Long Dragon. Yeah, pass is an interesting term for skip. Oh, we'll come back to that later. Ooh, a good game. in a boss fight that I wandered into by accident and am not a part of. Just wasn't wandering around with the team. Lena's doing her best. Doing from your childhood. Look up Captain N. They fight. I'm not a part of this. Captain N, the Game Master. Came out in 1989. 3 seasons. I was 1. You put him to sleep. Good job, Ragnar. Elena, anytime you want to get a crit, it's fine with me. Meanwhile, he's sleeping and laughing. Beautiful. There you go, Elena. Nice. Good job, team. Talum makes him sleepy, or at least some laugh. Ragnar puts him to sleep. Elena is crit fishing. Oh, guys. Just wandering through a town, and there's a boss. Whole series is bad. Good job, Saloon. Saloon pulling ahead of everyone in levels. Just the best. Good job, Ragnar. $16 points of health. Alright. Good job, Elena. A movie I just watched for the first time, this past weekend, a couple of them I saw, Emperor's New Groove. And that was delightful, but weird. The pacing was very strange. That movie seemed to be all over the place. And I saw, Ice Age. Never seen one of those, and, it was okay. Krista. And the best one of the weekend I saw was How to Train Your Dragon. That show was great. I really enjoyed How to Train Your Dragon. The accents of everyone in the show are all over the place. Once you get past that, it's pretty alright. Liked it. That was Offie who learned Fence Spell? Yeah. Good job, everyone. The world left me obliterated. I had people over, and they were like, what do you mean you've never seen these? They were just looking at my, they were looking at Disney Plus. Like, what do you mean you've never seen any of these? I'm like, what? Must be an item. Looks like this can mute things. Correct. Well, no, it could be handy. Let's give it to Bray. Enjoy. Yeah, we can't even do anything here yet. I don't have the final key yet, right? I have the Magma Staff. Okay, so we're heading to Berlin. That's the next thing we're doing. Good work, Goblin. Oh yeah, it's I do like that the AUI changes as the more you're hurt. Have some money. Please don't bonk my head. I lied. I want to go to Berlin. If you sleep here, there's a cutscene, and I'd just rather not right now. The cutscene of telling you how to get to where we just were. How'd you get in the party, Nora? Balloon is definitely my favorite party member in this. The classics. My goodness, Taloon. Alright, you guys got him. Oh. Nice. Double Taloon's attack power. Yeah. Kratos, what's up? Got some sand in his eyes. Try to get everyone a little bit of a showing. Babalena. You're wearing pants, right? Yeah, he doesn't have a weapon, and he's wearing Wayfarer's clothes. He's fine. Hey there, buddy! Aura has the needle, right? Balloon, please. Now's not the time for that. Taloon shush the metal babble. No. Oh well. We had repel on, apparently. Who has the magma staff? Nara, right? Yeah. Bye. Good job, Taloon. Nighttime encounter rate. Babarakar. Get huge. Places I can't go at night. Yet. Fortunately, we have a cure for that. I choose to believe that I have to do it outside. Hold on. I choose to believe that instead of Gray actually making it day or night, just putting us all into a temporary coma until the time passes. And we're back. There's a guy over there. He wants to check out all the babes in the castle. Now, Japanese games always have to have someone keep it. Say there's something in one of these? Yeah. More metal. Wait. You go up. Mara, please. Fire Claw. If you didn't buy the stiletto earrings, or if you wanted more consistent damage out of Elena, Fire Claw's not bad. It's 150 attack. The stiletto earrings, though, she swings twice. The stiletto earrings are for enemies with very low defense and or proc fishing. Fishing for crits. I don't think there's anything else in this castle I care for. Alright, we're wrapping up this map, right? Free cup. Feed that cup to the wind. E4 experience. Very nice. Random encounters do eat up quite a bit of time in this game. If playing casually, you don't need the experience or anything, I would actually just save before touching one of those tiles and reset if you get into a fight. Wear the crown, Janeb. Power up the ferry. Like 50% more damage. You okay? And the kill. Yow. You don't get a lot for these fights either. It's one of those games where the economy is not in your favor at all. Did anyone learn anything? Alright, it's time to look up. What do you want from me to be a sword? I believe this is one of the very important maps too. Something else? Be ready the Dragoon. You're actually finalized. I think you're done too, until we get something else. You be upgraded pretty. Everyone else is fine. Alright, so Swordsmaster is... Where are the requirements? Alright, 95 strength, 111 agility. So, 2 strength. Alright, so next level up, you will, you'll be able to level up. That's good. Then, important thing, yeah, Beleza. I have someone with fire magic. I need someone at all with fire magic for this. You have fire magic. Let's go.
Find it out.
This map is a pain in the butt, but there's a lot of good stuff here. Need your help, wizard. More importantly than his help, we need his spell. He has a summon. Summons work very interestingly here. Two more. See, this is the good tactics game where you get to look around first and see what you want. I want those warp shoes. Sylvia needs to join me. I think that's it for what people have on them. Fluid magic is really good too. Yeah, I want fluid magic. Partha, Sylvia, and on the ground. Eleven. 0, 11. One of these grass patches has something under it that I need to burn and then... How do you read this grid? There. Show me a picture. Okay, cool. It's over there. Right here. They need to work over that way. Alright, 2 more. Dirty Boy. And Floros. Let's go. So the way summons work in this is actually kind of interesting. Summons attack target an area of effect, and it's a whole bunch of tiny spells blasted at that area, randomly dispersed among all the people in that area. So if you actually want to clump together to spread out the damage, if you manage to get that large AoE into one person, then that's a lot of damage that can go their way. Alice headed. Need to hit First, go get that thing, or I forget. And then you need to work your way. You need to recruit both Sylvia and Party. You are vital to our plan. Dragging forward. You're still wearing the anti-magic ring, right? You're gonna be very beefy. Hold on. Yeah, both of you hold on. So you have any imp charged up. Summons fortunately take a long time to charge up. But if you have someone with fluid magic, they can charge someone else pretty quickly. Because you can give your MP to someone else. You can use someone as a mana battery to charge up your wizards, summoners. A volunteer. Agility directly correlates to your dodge, so the dragon's gonna have a hard time hitting you, but yes, fluid magic. Powerful. Long range. I'm glad that's the fluid you went with. Unfortunately, for the most part, enemies will almost... If there's a summoner, there will almost always be someone with fluid magic there to charge them. You don't get a lot of leeway before they start coming. 50-50. Oh well, you try. Or many levels higher, too. Dammer. We are very behind curve, which is fine. Good. Catch up quickly. And there's no ATB here, so there's no downside to doing something to get experience, and there's no upside to doing nothing. With you in a minute. Yeah, there. Never mind. Come back to that later. Something about gypsies in this world. You've already been there, but... Oh, and Kiefer was staying behind, right? So we have to three-man this? Bad, lovely game design of taking away part of your party. 5 cents. For 12, almost 13 hours in, still finding cents. Loose change. Here's the way out. Let me out of here. Going wet. Okay, we're going the wrong way. Shuffle really has been favoring this. 12, 13 hours now. But Keeper was not essential to clearing random encounters. Wolfles and Gabo have the boomerang. Not by that Berserker. There's no overarching plot, minus the general impending doom of there's a bad guy somewhere, probably going to just try to do something, and there's a feedback loop of we find these key items hidden anywhere and everywhere, and they allow us to go back into the past. We go into the past. Hey, Fabio. Welcome. We go back into the past, we help them do something, and once we're done solving the issues of the past, then these islands all appear in the present, because they're not there in the present, until we fix the stuff from the past. Doing that will allow us to find more key items, which will allow us to go back into the past and do something else. It's been 13 hours, we're level 12 and 13. Gabo, who we picked up some time ago, has only got to level 6. Cat. Magical cat. Money has been extremely tight throughout this entire game, to the point where, the random boxes and chests are still giving 5 gold apiece. Not so much that. In Bill and Ted's world, they did exist before they went in the past. These people are not existing in the present until we help them in the past. There's been a lot of really bad boss fights, and there's a huge shortage of things we could actually do in combat. I do recall there being a job class system, but maybe I'm remembering wrong at this point. Because it's been almost 13 hours, and these gypsies want to revive God. Apparently God is dead in their mind. There are 2 holy relics. We have boomerangs to fend off monsters. Oh, you are our save point. Okay. Apparently they can't get married because he has a... something? Birthmark? There's been quite an aggressive equipment treadmill. I just have not been equipment carousel, but I have been neglecting to upgrade because money has been very hard to come by. So we're still wearing leather and wood. 13 hours in. free rest here. Let me out, though. I can't go into the cave to help you with the relics and let me... I have to rest and then you'll let me out? Try that. Now is it daytime? Yes. Not all travel together. Apparently God is in there, is dead or something. Temple of Gods in the bottom of the lake. Would you build that? You would build it and then fill it in with water. Sure. Oh, so he's probably talking about a birthmark, and they can't get married because they're actually related. Which is reasonable. Hey, Griever. Thanks. I was in the radio and speaking to it. Could be a way to drain the lake. That sounds like something that medieval times people could reasonably do. Yes, Mario RPG is dead. Is done. That's a good reminder. Better not enter without a guide. Who can be our guide? Our guide? I have to get some rest. Nap. Another event, another time. We took 5 steps. Better rest again. You people wouldn't be so tired if you didn't set up camp every 10 feet. The misspellings in this. The members. Did Jan actually join the party, or is Jan just tagging along? Because they've had both happen. Jan is just tagging along. A box. What's in the box? Wonder. Now, will Jan help in combat? Looks like no. Alright, Jan is purely cosmetic. Here for plot reasons. There you go, Griever. Because that sounds like a lot of tedious grind. Oh yeah, totally meant to come down here and get that 10,000 gold. We have fought enough of you. Alright, this is the Final Fantasy where you can still attack while running away. Beat the game while leveling up. My god, let us go! Fine, you die. You chose this. By not letting us leave. All the creatures in the game scale with you. It's weird. And bad. An Ultima weapon is bad. He has a move that is just not hit the cap. That is his move. How do I get out of here? Careful this time. Can't use the ribbon. Morning, Faye. Second gold hairpin. Beautiful. Enjoy your forever hat. Yeah, protectoring is regen. Inherent regen. And stat ups. Enjoy. I think the enemies scale harder than you do by level because I believe all your power comes from getting cards, so yeah. Creature of Darkness. Bug. Yeah, Dizzy Squirrel, which is a great name, by the way. Yeah, absolutely. Because the game lies to you and tells you the wrong way to play. The tutorial tells you that you should be doing ridiculous stuff, like sitting there drawing, sucking the essence off of an enemy for 300 draws. And really, the way you play, it's just like card. You card everything, so you don't gain levels. And then you turn those cards into power. And then Final Fantasy VIII still had to go and screw up cards with all the really stupid rules that turn it from simple fun to math processor, you are not a computer. But the AI can do all the math for plus, wall, same, all that jazz instantly because it's a computer. It's a trap. Damned! What a good name for a demon cat. Anyone who's ever owned a cat can definitely agree. Yeah. Damned. Yeah, if there was a way to not do the rule changes, Triple Triad would not be as bad at all. I haven't played Final Fantasy IX. That's next on my actual RPG list, to-do list. Once, you know, the other 16 of these are done. But my understanding of Final Fantasy IX cards is that they added RNG to it, which means it's bad? Badly. Fired. I haven't played X2. That's the costume game, right? I've not played that. Dragon King. Bahamut. The entire landmass was Bahamut. It's a terrifying implication that that entire peninsula was the dragon. And the fake out that, time to fight God Dragon atop the pyramid. Here it comes, and... No. No boss fight. There's only 3 of you. They're not gonna make you fight Bahamut like this. This is the good Final Fantasy. And if you recall, when you were on the bird, you saw that your airship was on Bahamut's back. So when he flew away, your airship kind of sailed off. It's only my second playthrough of this, but this game is amazing. Now, there is a boss fight with the 3 of you, but it's not a particularly complex one. It's got a cool gimmick. Where's the dragon? Or dragon? Drop off Lena. Oh, hey Lena, there you are. Body is mine. Oh no, Lena's possessed. Good Final Fantasy because the bad guy is always right there, up your butt, the entire game. And I just about to kill us for him. I take care of a turtle infestation. Shredder here, real hard on for the turtle. Oh no! Okay, now that I did that, I'm back. Good. Okay, bye. He popped up again just to sass us and left. And then, good old boy dragon body slams Lena into another dimension of Pokemon battles. Sometimes the shuffler gives really good ones. Nice rage there, Cubone. Eat it. Right, Fish is quite powerful. It's time to tag out Fish. Who needs numbers? Poops, you need numbers. So far, the Jigglypuff Fairy is vastly outperforming the Clefairy Puffball. Love. Hey, this isn't the time to use that. Who are you, Professor Oak, to tell me when or when I can't ride my bike? Whoa! I like to imagine that the trainer's life force is attached to the overall health of the Pokemon. That's why they give up the farm when you beat them up. And why you pass out and end up at a Pokemon Center when you lose. Poops, no. Ew. Oh gosh. That's some serious damage. That's true. Get him, Spanky. I think you do have a upgraded form, you just haven't learned it yet. You haven't reached it. Ascended Spanky. Electrode is so happy to be here, my goodness, look at him. What a face on you, buddy. I love it. Right, Rat, get him. Electrode, Penetrode. Oh no. Battletoad, yeah. Now we're talking. Oops. That was bringing me back to the Pokemon Center. No, just two outside. If only healthcare were that efficient. If this were American, man, they would charge the heck out of you. All talking about their crime. Thanks, Mr. Psychic. Yeah, it's Psychic. Oh, I could just walk in here and pick this up. Well, I've been missing out. $90 power. All right, Poops, you will become Psychic. We'll get him. 1, 2, oof. That definitely looks like a face of a psychic. Someone who has seen things they should not have seen. Where was I? There. Well, if that guy gives you psychic, what does Sabrina give you? We'll find out eventually. Leaf Green with the commanding lead over Fire Red, with no hints of slowing down. Mind calm. Oh boy. Was it? I'd imagine if Sideway was worse than what the guy in the house over there gave you, that'd be pretty bad. It's a rat. Get him, monkey. Oh, Spanky, I'm sorry. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Rat on rat action. Go. No. This goofy looking thing here. Alright, so Psychic is good against Count. That's Secret Power. That's what I expect to see out of my Psychic Pokemon. Headbutts. Hypno. Use war crimes. Expected more out of you. Disable the perfect... Okay, I thought it was gonna lock me into being stuck in that fight. We'll come back to that later. They've destroyed an elephant. An apple and a fruit. Yep, blasted them away. Oh, you gotta catch it. Fellow, you gotta catch it. That's Hyper Beam. Oh my. Just being around me is warping all these creatures. Strange. You know any spells? You're gonna die. Have an apple. There. That's all you have, so... Chow down on an apple and... Killed that thing. Fellow the moment's been taken care of, ain't ya? We're just like still lord up in bed all hurt, but looks like you're better now, eh? You alright? Take a break from the storytelling to have you go beat up an elephant. Just traveling with a couple of gods. You know, the normal. Think about that blue hair. I love that sleeping completely sprawled out. Splash some water on her. Sure. See with the game, or do you want to? No, no. To the dream world. This feels like a filler thing that did not need to be in this game. To do this again. But there's treasure. Knockout gas. Yep, knockout gas. There's some times where I'd probably use it on myself. Right, we do have Dog. Dog's just not featured in these cutscenes, but he is here. Nothing to steal. Aim. Get him. Fine dog. This dog knows crime. Crime in this game is really bad. Like Final Fantasy IV levels of bad, but on the other hand, if I need, these enemies do drop MP ups. Manly clothes. Manly clothes in this God's dream. That's the resurrection pants. Or asbestos armor. Hey, Sagan. Yeah, we're gonna hydrate. Prime. Yeah, use your new blitz. And you collect more. Well, Water is healthy. Look at him. Can't believe it is May 3rd. It is still cold outside. My goodness. 38 degrees. Ridiculous. In the morning. It's better throughout the day. See. Now, battling a wizard in their dream dimension where they can manipulate things in the dream, that sounds like a cool kind of gimmick thing to do. Take a note of that myself. Part of Scrim is in the Emperor. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking Tigan. At next break, we'll do it. That'll get the blood pumping. Can't wake up when you're in my head. Whoa, get. And then, because eternal rudeness of this game, you then walk out of here. He doesn't just kick us out. You gotta walk all the way. You had nothing to steal, so you cut. Why did we come here? I don't know. Saw someone go into this basement of a casino and decided, because we're children, we decided to just go check it out. That's pretty much our, that's our motivation. 50K thinking. That's the... There we go. I welcome all 50K redemptions. Alright, get him, cat. Come on. Someday you'll be helpful, Brooklyn, in combat. I hope. Almost. A couple quarters at him. Yeah. Bounce a quarter off that rat. Guy's a lot of rats. Payday does get you a significant amount of Zenny compared to how much you're getting for the actual fight. Spray him down. Dude found a hyper potion. Heck yeah. Professor Oak's a lot more chill in this room. There we go. Very well. Oh gosh. Poor Brooklyn. We'll find something you're good at. If I ever find the experience share, I'll have Brooklyn with that. Let's feed it into the blender. Ah. I do. This is the time to use that. Tell me what to do. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. That's where I thought you were gonna go with that in the first place. Both games are in... Games are in Team Rocket play, just different locations. Someone on the radio said there's a small child beating up our Pokemon. I give him the key to the city. That's not a good. Gotta wham it. Trying to learn Faint. Another dark move. Alright, that's a guaranteed hit as a Swift. It's the same strength as Bite. Yeah, Water Pulse is no longer doing anything for it. You can use Dark against the, like, rocks and what have you. destroyed. Frustration. That's the other one. My dude, this isn't the time to use that. Screenshot of that. There you go. There you go. Dude's making a mess. My dude pooped on the floor. My dude, no. Coins everywhere. Rat, right? Yeah, just big rat. Oh. Okay, the power is not great. Alright, before it bites you, get out of there. Almost as though, Meowth was supposed to be part dark. Without the bonus of using the same type as yourself. This one's real lackluster here. Maybe its upgrade does get part dark, and then all these moves will suddenly be good. If Brooklyn ever levels up. Any basic... No. I have a few. Black glasses. Shady pair of glasses. Boost dark type move. I actually don't want to give that to Brooklyn while we're wandering around. Sometimes he'll just pick things up off the ground. My only source of berries in this whole game is what Brooklyn finds on the ground as we're wandering out. Nice. Free seed. 3 points. Damn. Ooh. Oh, this is yeah, I have to do crime here. Be accused of crime. Damn. Damn. Be right with you. interesting. All stuff for ladies, but nothing. Double check on the beret. Helmet, you have a beret. Everyone has a beret. Good. Go get accused of a crime. Okay, bye. To be fair, we would have done the crime if there was something there to steal. BD. Trial. Yes. If you say yes, how dare you confess? No, I didn't steal it. Who did you put in jail? No! Hold on, that's definitely not Tulud. Bye, Bray. Everyone has something to say. And then people say, hey, there's crime down south. Yeah, this game loves but down us. And then we just leave him and never return. Name of this place? Gardenburg, I think. Anyway, we see ya. I don't think the cave we're going into, I don't think we have people in the wagon. I don't think they can reach us. I mean. So this would be where I actually, load up on medical herb. I believe the enemies in here are no joke. Phew! Really, get really in there. Yeah. They're probably gonna sell the Fire Claw. Your wife made this look. May as well have it. It's really old by now, but you can have it. And this is a game with good AI in that they will use the medical herbs I put in their pocket during battle. Unlike Dragon Warrior 7, where suddenly they've lost the ability to do that since the NES 4. Wild. Inventory management. We collect receipts, so we have to buy them one at a time. Part of saving the world is having crippling OCD. Dude just have a wooden hat on Ragnar. I could buy him a helmet. This plays... We're only... Might be okay, especially since I'm not bringing a wizard. Could be tricky. Drop off 1,000. Just in case. The difference in defense. Good job, Christo. 63 defense on Ragnar. What are you wearing? Full plate armor that was given to us. Iron shield that was given as wooden... Okay, so everything you're wearing armor-wise was just handed to us. That makes sense. Balloon could spare to give up the iron helmet, but eh. The knight who's less armored than the lady next to him. Right, no back row? Yeah, no back row. Some dungeons you can see the back row from a dungeon. Like, get your free heals. Not one of those. Balloon is a monster. Ah! Balloon is randomly shouting. Ah! So that means the back row also isn't getting experience here, which is fine. This is the main party anyway, going forward. Absolutely. Balloon is wearing the Sword of Miracles, so if you hit someone and it does not die, he gains health back. Authy is wearing the opposite, the multi-edged sword, that if it hits someone and it does not die, Authy takes damage back. Ragnar has the Sword of Lethargy, which can put an enemy to sleep. Pretty high odds. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty small metal. Humbalba. Yeah. Right, back to this. Alright, so I could heal both of you. Or I could go kill someone. Yeah, we could punch this nerd. Yeah, there we go. You are the threat. We were all bunched up. That was a really bad spot there. Emis needs to revive the archer. Hey, Gafgarian. Oh no! Usually Gafgarian will follow the hero. Oh, because he can't get close enough. Because they're in the way. He was in the way, so he couldn't actually get in there. Get in. You revive her. Sometimes the shuffles are real nice. You guys are lined up very nicely for this. Whoa. Cool. Yeah, now that he can actually reach us, he'll just keep following. He only attacked her because she was in the way. Alright, we now firmly have this map under control. That's fine. Not change what I just said. A 100% chance. That's right, because I'm a Libra. Zodiac working in my favor. Like, knowing how the Zodiac system works, you could set up a team to take advantage of that. Too tedious for my liking, but you could. Prime. Yeah! No more sword tech for you. Yes, exactly. Beautiful. Luck bringing down my people now. Now that we're all together and Gearing is without a weapon. Haha! Get out of here, puppy. Swift is up next. Swift. You're gonna shoot me down. 100%. Well, if you don't, I'm gonna turn you into a frog. Headshot. Oh, boy. You stop that. That's my bow now. Haha! Crime! By the power of crime. Now firmly under control. Thanks. He's fine. He'll get up shortly. He lives! Definitely don't walk in the way of your own attack. Can't see behind the obstruction, but she shot that knight with a gun. Nuts. Pretty good punch. Oh, this one's in the middle of a boss fight. That is not going particularly well, it looks like. Oh boy. Faye is dead, Nasir's almost dead. You have only basic heal, so yeah, just go. Zuhan, punch him, and oh gosh, what do we do here? What was going on? Very bad things were happening. I would assume I've already cast Spike Kill, so Snow Blast? Yeah, that was good. Nasir's dead. And we're all dead. Alright, good start. Rude. Hey, he's right about to level up. So is Nasir. Off with you then. We even have enough money. Pick everyone back up. I believe that was Orochi round 2. We have the Orochi sword, so it means that was round 2 when it didn't go well because the boss fights are not particularly. Spams 35 damage to everyone. Over and over, double tabbing. And we cannot afford to bring everyone back. Rude. As if dying, losing half your cash wasn't enough. You also have to pay to revive quite a bit. Not what I meant to. Do I have any money stored back in the vault? If not, we have to go fight to get money. Okay, good. I have some cash. I thought of this. Decent amount of money saved up. Back Zuhan. Here, come on. There is something else we could check on in the meantime. You go see how that town is doing that we dropped the merchant off in. And we'll sail there. Apparently, Faye and Nasir are about to level up. Faye, learn anything good? Is you learn to revive? That's right. Again, it tells you. Look at it. Nasir, good job. No idea what you had before, but not revive. And Nasir. Boom might be new. Yeah, it looks like Boom. Bang, Boom. Good names to spell. Give him a Boom. Boom is your explosion elemental attack that hits all enemies, regardless of formation. Counter rate. So this town's built up a little bit since last time. Sell nothing. Alright, back to here. Ow. Nice. Good thinking, King. Looks like you have buffs up. Gonna shoot to remove that. Or just kill it. Fine. That'll work. Smooth 666 experience. There are still encounters in this room, so you could be careful on the walk up here. I like this storytelling. That's it. Actually, this will be our temporary pause. Right back. Do those push-ups I. Be right back. Yes, you did, Fabio. Gotta get buff. So let's go ahead and do that then. Hop warm. It's the blood flowing, you know? That good stuff, all that good stuff. There you go. Up down. Good. I'm at it. Go. So much easier to do on a non-workout day without the weighted vest. That wasn't counting, but yeah. Perfect timing to Saigon. Alright. Gotta go. Used to be like 10, but push-ups have gotten a lot easier lately. Alright. Thanks, Flop. Yeah, let's just do it again. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna really warm this up. Oh, it's getting nice outside. I like it. I do not have a pull-up bar. I don't think I have a door frame that would support it. Just picturing a pull-up, the entire door frame, and it all comes down with me. It's like, what, combined? Some amount. Xenogears. That's the game that... Well, I know some things about Xenogears. Xenogears is the one that competed with Final Fantasy VIII for time and resources. So neither of them ended up being a complete game because of it? I think that, yeah, okay. Whew. That's nice. Because I don't do my workout routine on days I stream. Usually. Something about... I recall someone saying that this 2 is like nothing but story. They forgot to add the game. There you go. There, don't move. There, now I'm no longer cold. That's good. Good thing that. Oh, camera, please. Anyways, cutscene going on. We're not missing anything. I play it only for the gameplay. Here's my thought process. If the gameplay is good, I can excuse a bad story. If the story's bad, gameplay can make it way better. But without good gameplay, I'm not going to tolerate the story for the most part. Well, on the shuffler, only games I've played before in any way. Xenogears is Gundam Wing, right? But without the racism. Oh, that bird. Oh, get out of the way. Oh, okay. Metal Gear still has racism. Is it as good as Gundam Wing having the Gundam from Holland being a windmill? Class system, okay. Yeah, that could be good in the game, game world. I've never seen a minute of Xenogears. I've seen a couple screenshots, and that's about it. G Gundam. Sleep in a proper bed. Alright, so what's the next thing we do? Oh, let's do this before I forget. I gotta hit the event trigger first. And Cyan is part of the final crew here, so yeah. We'll grab Cyan first. And then Realm. Right, it made him sad, Dad. The shuffler gives by letting me forget about these things and coming back to it later. Well, here in Brave New World, you can't do that until you do Kefka's, the Cultist Tower. But you still could three-man that. Actually, I know how I'm going to use you. Hold on, we'll be right back. The final team here, I believe, is going to be Child, Cyan, and Farah. I think I already did that? At this point. Oh. Good day. Good start. Howdy. Oh, that's be fighting words, man. Well, let's go. You wanna fight? Let's fight! Ow. Oh right, he's still set up for magic protection. More content does not necessarily mean good. Do it, go for it, turn it. Oh. Ow. Ow. We challenged the beast. I was planning on using a warp whistle after the revive, but he went a little quickly there. It happens. You're not supposed to fight that guy right away. Anyway, we're here in Dwarf Village. button B. There you go. Yeah, I ran the Doom Gaze immediately. Immediately. Alright, basic item shop. Basic other shop. And I chose to fight. I figured I'd poke him a couple times and then leave, but I do plan to head there. After F9, plan is to double back to Ted. Basically, once I basically once I've did every last thing I can think of in Brave New World, which we're approaching that. I think I've gimmicked it out. Alright. New pants. New hat. New shield. New hat. New pants, alright. Joy. Spread this out a little bit. Joy. Did just buy you a new thing and took it away right away. One would assume lightning is coming our way with what they're giving us, so spread it out a little bit. Except for Edge. Edge Golbez, he can... The Nuzlocke RPG shuffler. The problem with those kind of games is that it strongly encourages grind. Oh, hello. Take our stuff. It's free. We have nothing but garbage. Basic level spells. The entire bestiary. Oh, it's just scan as an item. Never mind. Alright, so in here is trash. Time to go. There it is. Let me pour a potion on this door. Oh good. Bats have returned. 10,000 years of vampire, 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 vampire. Vampire, vampire. To be fair, this is the only kind of attack that Golbez could survive. Golbez is trying. Vampire. It's coming along, BTB. Vampire after vampire. Oh yes, we got the airship, and Doomgaze immediately wrecked us. Arrow into Bolt 3. It's fine, we lost like a minute and a half of progress. I'm pretty sure I saved outside of, whatever, Miranda, whatever town that is. Outlet. Vampire. Alright, now that we spent almost the entire shuffle in this encounter. This is how fast you can potion. Cannot go any faster than that. The door! It's alive! It's a trap door! For the 9th dimension! What was I choosing? No idea. Anyway. Yeah, I can't tell if that was a short shuffle, or if we just literally spent 8 minutes being vampires. Snatch. Yeah, we learned that Snatch is no good. Keep biting him. Oh no! Brooklyn, no! Oh. Do I have any revives? I have one revive. I'm not using it. Wonder if maybe Brooklyn can learn Psychic? I was thinking of giving that to Bug, but... What's higher, your regular attack or your special? Both pretty bad. Find an elevator first. Whee! Having a blast. There I go. Calling me a mouse. Oh. That's a little damage. Ah, Brooklyn has a way to stop that. Feint attack. By the power of Trock. Keep using minimize, yes. Good. Pretty cool. Gosh. Okay. Popped open the fast travel out. Out of laziness, I will just items tab. Struggle to get any power into Brook. I guess it levels up at level like 50 or something. Ridiculous. Calcium. For strong bones. Drink your milk, everyone. Ciao, bug. Nice. Very good. Just bite him. Oh, I don't know. I haven't played Pokemon since I was in elementary school. Outside of Smash Bros, you know. That thing looks so cool. Feint attack, eh? Gosh, alright, let's get out of here. Alright, bug. Come on, bug, it's sleeping. It's a weird interaction that lets you do that, but there it goes. In one, why not? Fortunately, Sand Slash is not using Slash for anything to actually damage Bug here. Devoured. Delicious. Good job, Brooklyn. Good job, Bug. Oh, my attack! Beauty of our evil. Someday, an enemy might flinch. Can't poison me. Haha, I'm already paralyzed. God, Brooklyn, you beat an enemy all on your own. Oh my. That's a lot more damage than I was expecting. Oh, my attack. Pokemons are sliding forward. Do I take you seriously enough to go heal? Now we have plenty of other Pokemon. Let's go. You feel the world of pain. Well, looks like he beat us. Hit that event. Let's go hit that event flag. You know what? Actually, I changed my mind. I don't want to buy the Falcon. Falcon would be if I was planning on using Runic at all. As soon as we pick up Cyan, Runic is done. We'll still take that nap. This time we'll save after, in case we have a friendly visit on the way there. First pour one out for the homie. You get a. Yeah, there we go. Here's a good traveling setup for you. Everyone has something. And we're broke. As happens. Zozo. Yeah, we'll do this first and then child. Or no, hold on. Let's go get child is free, so we'll go get child first. Not a chance. Of course, ask away. Force field. Oh wait, this isn't. Is this still? Yeah, it still is. Good. Good. Fine. Do want Bear. He's pretty helpful. Lots will keep everyone healthy, and you know what? We'll let Runic do exactly one thing. Exactly one. Yes. So then the only way you would know is if you remember, or if notice that your spell is suddenly at mastery. Good crime. Welcome back, child. It's thou. He's thou. Welcome back, child. Valuable member of team. I didn't notice that part. That's neat. One thing I've never tried, actually. Never got you a club. That's fine. Maybe I sold it? Temporarily try something out. I don't know if Gao can counterattack. I don't remember. Force the terrain to match the wall, or let it keep. I mean, I feel like that would make the most sense, actually. Take the cat. Cannoli. There's one more important one to grab for the child. "10,000 years. Arsh. Off you go now. Nice. Because it's set up so nicely. Just leave the fight, he'll still learn the move. I mean, whatever's the least pain in the butt to implement, I would say go for it. It makes sense. What are we moving? Or if you guys pay out well enough to actually fight. Good thinking, thou. Heart. Good child. Ambushed. Cats. Wild cats. I mean, unless you're... My experience with the game has not had enough It has not had a lot of magical terrain at all. So I wouldn't be able to tell the difference regardless. Go for 4. So it's something that, like, the only map I can think of that had any at all is Old World, I think. The super fast-paced one of just 4, and the penis in the underground. I think that's the only one I can think of that has any. I have money? I have money. I already have Blizzaga. Don't I? No, I did not buy. I also do not have any charges for Blizzaga, so I'm not going to bother with that yet. Restored and rebalanced? Is that a thing, or are you doing a gag? Okay. You need to sell off the ice shield and leather hat. Wait, you can't wear a hat? Okay, you can wear it, so yeah, sure, hold on to it. I never picked up on that with the dragons. Everyone has Ruby, Ruby, Ruby. Everyone has Ruby. Protect Ring. Alright, I have the list because the game doesn't tell you squat, so... Protect Ring is... Protect Cloak? This would be the... I guess that's the Protect Cloak? No, that's different. Alright, that's a glove. Protection Ring prevents instant death. Oh, Astro... Okay. And this is, FF Restored. I do not believe this is also the balance. This is the rebalance hack that I've been really liking so far. Hold on. Who needs it first? I have... This competes for what? Gloves. Okay, so no one has gloves. Let's buy a Protect Ring for Dave and, yeah, dump the hat. Oh, that's gonna take the spot of his Mithril Gloves, so yeah, sell the Mithril Gloves, buy a Protect Ring. Sell the Steel Gloves and buy a Protect Ring for him. There, instant death, no longer a problem. Good. This is just cat claws, we're not there yet. Pretty sure this is where the fairy goes once you release her. Yeah, so that's this. That's this. Plus the haul ass button. Quality of life. Of move fast. Thanks, fairy. Appreciate it. Good. Alright, so now that I have Oxio, I could go mermaids, or I could go desert. Need to sell weapons. Sell off these weapons. In case there's a lot of treasure. I have a staff. Sell that. Ethereal Axe could go. Coral Sword is outdated. Ice Brand can go. Flame Sword can go. Yeah, we're done with the Power Staff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Off you go. Wizards can go. We're never gonna cast Confuse. And dump the knife. Cool. Doing some new things. Decisions to make. This is only my second time playing FF1. Like in its entirety. Don't forget, now that you're a grown-up, you can cast some spells. I played it, the first time I beat the game was on the Pixel Remaster. That was fun. So then I looked into it and I found this rebalance thing and said, hey, let's do that. I had a lot of fun learning about all the different ways this game is broke. Can't learn, do ya? Oh, you have Blink. That's more than you need. Sir, oh my god. Let me through. Ugh. Let me out. Alright, that is. You have Blink. I don't think you need anything else. So, space or water? Space or water? Which one's harder? Probably space? Let's go space first. Worm. Beetlejuice. 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 Swallowed by the earth. I feel like we're on the right path. Good job, Goose. Now, what did you learn? Abandon all hope. Ye who enter here. Swallowed by the earth. Okay, so it appears the Protector Ring does not protect from all forms of instant death. Like this thing claims. Meanwhile... Got him, Taloon. tough. Yes, randomly, between 6 and 12 minutes, it'll randomly swap to one of the remaining games. Until I input the hotkey to kick it out. Up top, you'll see how many shuffles the game has had, over how many total shuffles there have been. You'll see how long this game has been and how much time has been spent on this game, since those are two different numbers with the 6 to 12 minutes random. And below, how much time we spent. This is the 212th hour of the shuffler. This is just a Lua script used for BizHawk. Use another medical alert. Who's hurt? Time. Free seed. Oh boy. I'll take that. The only issue with that, I agree. People said that's a 200-hour game. The only issue is that the way this works is every 6 to 12 minutes randomly, it'll drop a save state, pick up, and load one of the other save states. Which I have an idea of how this will work with games with multiple discs. I've never used BizHawk before for any multi-disc PlayStation game, so together the party starts a raging blade. I don't think I've ever seen that text. Ever. Huh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's brand new to me. Yeah, Biker Neighbor is, they're enjoying this nice weather. Alright, Saloon, eat the lunch. I would have thought it'd be Breath of Fire 1, but apparently we're still a ways off. FF2 is making good progress too. Yeah, this isn't too far off either. Dragon Warrior 3 is a longer game than 4. Nice. And 2 attacks. Large. Very large. Nice. With the right team, the multi-edged sword is a real credit. We just got devoured by the desert. Discovered that the Protect Ring does not protect against Earthquake. And now we're running to lick our wounds before we head back to space. I've unlocked both space and underwater. Need to make a decision of where to go first. I flipped a mental coin and I believe we're going to space first. Oh boy. A raging blaze. Yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen this move. There it goes twice. Apparently that doesn't consume their turn, though. I have the cube, so I should be able to head up, right? Do I need something else do I need more than the cube to head up the tower? That game. Thinking. Balloon is so beefy. And with the Sword of Miracle, Balloon practically has his endgame loadout already. I don't think he can wear a anything else. Maybe a better shield? Shield of Strength? Would be alright for him to cast Heal More himself? That's in this game, right? Power. So I need the Rosetta Stone. Talk to the people to get the thing. Alright, that makes sense. So I'll have to do one dive into underwater to double back base. If I recall, the underwater is two different places. Everyone's so nice and helping each other out. I don't know why I thought that was it. A box. Box! I don't know what's in the box! Another seed. Oh boy. Yeah, sure, you eat it. I was gonna give it to Elena, but whatever. Well, in which case, the worms eating my entire party would be a good thing. I don't know where the encounter rate went, but I'm not complaining. Very variable. Alright, the other path. There are enemies down here somewhere. Oh. Nice. Yes, Talon! Boom! Yeah! Yeah! Oh, he's the best. Meanwhile, it's fine. Fine. Now, we had a premonition that going into the desert too early would not end well, so now... Given that premonition of from the future... we now know we need to actually come this way first. May as well, we're about to reach an end. Yeah, things are sped up a little bit. Yeah, we did that to save time. Yeah. Beans. Crashed him. I did finish the volcano, right? Yes, okay. I know I was putting that off for a long time. Did Ice Cavern before Volcano. We have air, we can head underwater. Dang it. Do not have the protect ring. Did do that after saving. Oh well. Ilaga. Can you learn our spell? Yes? Did I already teach you one? Or Saber. It is bizarre that Blind is so far down the list. Is there not a weapon shop in this place? I'm gonna miss out on some. Whatever. Whatever, let's go. Here we go. Sir. Nuts. I also did that before I talked to the fairy and got the Oxyale. Dang it. Alright, we'll be right back. Need to save after doing things in town, not before. That's what happens with the shuffler sometimes. A lot to keep track of all at once. I haven't seen FF2 today. And the credits for Super Mario RPG are rolling in the background somewhere. Bad Goose. Alright, let's try this again. That we need to sell. Steel gloves. Sell your hat. And your glove. And you get protect ring for both of you. Now we're back to where we were. Just cat claw, just cat. Talk to the fairy and then save. Then we can double back. Bottle up some oxygen for you. Thank you. What can I buy here? Saga. Can't afford it. Never mind. See ya. Crocodile. Nice. Sometimes BizHawk chugs a hair, and it leads for really good sound effects. Gotta be white. Ow! My goodness. This albino crocodile bit duck for 69. Alright, now we've saved. Get the head into the water. Fire. Here is favorable. Can't learn Hilaga. Ooh, so you can learn Hilaga, right? Yeah. Go ahead. You have a level 7 spell? You just learned. You just got one cast. Beautiful. All according to plan. Save the mermaids. I don't remember this at all, so this will be fun. I did not sell my weapons. Oh well. Got quite a bit of Pokemon today. Memory serves, and once we finish Saffron here, the rest of the game is linear to the end? This is a no. No! It needs a card key! Could you put me on one of those tables? That'd be cool. It'd be nice if the police did something about all this crime. Oh, they're even blocking the gym. This. Oh, Kung Fu Gym. Alright. Dojo. Oso! Hitoshi! Oofs. No. It identified. Now what? What does that do? It didn't let you see this coming. I think for whatever reason, fighting is weak against her? Yeah, that's what Mankey's gonna turn into someday. An ape in its prime. It looks pretty cool. Like a little pig. Hitoshi. Hideki. Well, 32 Machop. Oh boy. That's a dead boost. And a critical hit. And super effective. And I imagine it does more damage based on what I just did to it. So that's a very dead boost. Alright, bye. A choke. Hey, that face. He tough. As your kung fu fare against teeth. On point. Cool. Alright, we'll be back. Awfully polite that they just hand you Psychic right before Kung Fu Gym. Can't do Psychic Gym till I'm done with Team Rocket. Dive back in. Start from the top and work our way down. He's a Rocket brother. Oh, is this going to turn into like a Saving Private Ryan kind of situation? Yeah, poops. You had lots of practice fighting Machops. Oh, end of a choke. Alright. Bye, poops. Numbers for bird. Flame out. We dare betray Team Rocky? At what point were we offered membership? That would be an very interesting take. If you could choose to join them and instead battle all those trying to save. Gives you your starter Pokemon could be between a Zubat or a Grimer. Or a big old truck. Well, this came first, right? Yes, they are very stylish. They got a very good deal on these outfits. And darn it, they're gonna use it. Rattata's pretty good, and I imagine Party Bat is pretty okay. Okay, yeah. Wolves. You've been of the night. We'll have enough wolves later. But first. That for a minute. Give me a singular mammoth, please, and thank you. Just a heal. No need to get fancy here. Cool move. Hey, you beefy. Rudik, no! Well, that's where you belong. Consolidate the experience for winners. There, no! They're in here somewhere. There is one... I was gonna say Pokemon in particular. Gotta catch them all. Gao is our Pokeball. Looking for Gao's best rage in the game. Just wandering around out here. There it is. Gotta get nasty. Okay, Gao can counterattack. Alright, I never knew that. I don't know why, I just thought to myself, oh, I wonder if he can. He can. Never thought to actually give him a black belt. Mastodon does Snowball, which is a small ice attack against all enemies, and adds Slow at a much higher chance than casting Slow does. Or it does Absolute Zero, which is a huge ice attack. A Magic Thou will be very fast, spitting out many, many of those in a row. Yeah, this move. Beautiful. There you go, Runic. There's your kill. Enjoy. And it also gives him ice immunity. So on top of that, he's now immune to ice. Snowball or Absolute Zero. Real good. Suppose if you were punching, Rhydon would be a really good one. Or Scrapper. Depending on what you're doing, what kind of team you're rocking. It is no longer you, though. Slide into the back row. With your shoe. Who had you? You had the A. Who was taken? We'll be back to this nightmarish place. Now to Zozo. Gagao was amazing in Brave New World. Top tier. You're welcome. I think the only thing we have to do is beat up the Orochi. Oh, you have a Leaf of World Tree. Gotta remember that. Alright, we need to gain a couple dollars so I can put that $1,000 away. Clap that thunder. Checking. For the fighter, the best armor in the game is the Cloak of Evasion. Actually cannot make use of anything else. Japan! I'll rest up here before attempting that. All we need to have happen is have the Orochi not double tap the 30 damage to everyone. Unlike Dragon Warrior 7, where our newish character is still 6 levels behind the curve, we class changed Faye, and she's already almost caught up. Your damage spiked because you got your new... Yeah. I think the Orochi sword does something when used in battle. Be it cast ink. Increasing my defense won't help with the double attack. Oh. For boss time. You throw up increase. You by kill Duhan. Ah, gosh. And again, yeah, this is a boned attempt. Very costly boned attempt. You don't have heal more, right? Try to heal yourself. Faye does have the Meteorite armband. It's just still slower than this thing. Don't really have a move here. Yeah, that time you went first. Good. Okay. Best thing we could hope for. It attacks twice. There. A little game of rocket tag. Orb. Turns out the leader here was the dragon all along. The leader that was telling you to... that was telling everyone to sacrifice these women. It was the Mott Beast. Orb acquired. I believe final orb is, actually, merchant tent, which I believe doesn't present... you have to poke it once, and then come back after, beating the Orochi. I think that's the sequence trigger. How it should be different than a moment ago? Yes. Okay, good. Not that I have any money, but do you? No. No doubt. Makes sense. Building a theater. This merchant is also a construction man. Alright, so the next trigger is come here at night, I believe? Do I have the Lamp of Darkness on me? Or do I have to place the orb for it to count? It's been a long time since I played. Our nation. Well, we know where it is, we just can't get there. We have to find the pirate ship for that. That's just gonna be a matter of sailing around till I locate it. If I can't figure this out, I'll do that next. He is a real wheeler dealer. Yeehaw. Can I return to Lancel? Do I have to sail there? The road out there is... I live on a main road. And with the window closed. Very loud. Lancel is not what I wanted, even. I can fly here, but this is not where I wanted to go. This is not where I meant to go. Say it's south and east of Lion? Going or coming? Or going, okay. Oop. Some cars are very loud. Unnecessarily so. Like, so we're in Saffron. Back in. I wonder if this intended for me to go somewhere else. Maybe take the trip all the way south? What if I say yes? 5 people. Let's go. Why did I think that was going to do a lot of damage? It did. Yeah, keep it going. Good job, Oops. Rock is good against flying? Yes. Alright. Best animation. And it's just moving it back and moving it forward. Yeah, keep it up. Ooh. Oh, this up here. Think. Those things I never remember. Even in real life. Like seeing special defense. Really, MJ. Take your vitamins. Music is having a time. Bring it, Travis. Does rock fare against steel? No good. Alright. Oh, now we know. I mean, I'm not familiar with steel or dark much at all, so pretty nonsensical that the thing to do against steel is fighting or fire. Ouch. Bark is tough. What if, right? B. No continues left. Ah, nerd. Welcome to the 10th floor. So good of you to join me. Dude, this guy is great. This so polite. I want a Pokemon game where you play as a member of Team Rocket. Carbos. Rare candy. That's nice. Ultra Ball. What is a Carbos? Speed up. Like. Have some candy. No reason to hold on to things like that. Music is banging in here. Down to... Keep going. Well, I don't remember the music fighting Pokemon all that much. Oh, good. Well, this scrolls. Oh, Ted Woos. Thanks, Uematsu. I want to say I've already gone to the far right one. Let's say it loops to the first. Fighter, fight me. Also looking forward to doing Final Fantasy IX at some point because I was told that that game revolves entirely around crime. There it is. Good thinking, busy school. Enjoying a fine lunch of shrimp with lobster sauce over white rice. It's good. All this way for our next. Can't all be winners. Yeah, leftover Chinese food is always good. Oh boy. Y'all are not worth my time! Get out of my way! Have no crime. I do not care for you. Beautiful. For gold, doggy. Oak bomb and escape. Yes. Okay, cool. Oh yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Good time. Use one of those. Whoa. Whoa. Most importantly, can I steal anything from you? Any of you have crime? No. Nothing to crime. Therefore, you must die. $5,000. I'm not quite sure what the gimmick's supposed to be here. Beautiful. Accuracy. Spell accuracy is a fun thing. No, stop. Oh no. Anyway. That works. That's a good limit break. Just hold on. I'll be right with you. I'll buy some lube. Just, you know, your friendly neighborhood lube seller. Please, no. Not Final Fantasy IV. We haven't had to deal with that in like an hour or so. Still no 2 today. Take the switchboard. Door, it open. Don't know what that's a reference to. We'll ride that Titan. For the first time ever, my eyes are being drawn to the Titan's right foot, facing directly at the camera, facing the perspective. And the shoe is kind of lumpy. Cat, what? Cat's just walking around. It's a trap. One of the best enemies, Bone Lord. Say hi to Oswald. Oh, you just want attention? What's going on here? Good, Oswald. What are you trying to get to? Take care, Fabia. Thanks for coming out. Okay, go on. Into it. Always trying to get in front of the camera. Oswald has found my bowl of rice. That's what's going on. Don't you think about it. Not yours. Or yours, dog. Dog has just appeared on the other side. Well, never mind then. See ya. I forget. Punch and avalanche. Okay. Pretty good for a punch then. Together. Now can I have my stuff back? Please give me back my weapon. No. Give me back my sir. Oh, thanks for the follow. Sir, I gave you my best weapon, my best armor. Give that back. That is not yours. Thank you. Thank you. That's not what I gave you. Is this better than what I gave you? That's pretty good. Actually, yeah, so... Thanks, buddy. I couldn't even wear the cape. I can wear anything Chad can. I will wear anything Chad can. I gave you Chad's best armor, and you gave me back armor for Pekka. I appreciate it, but... This was not part of the deal, sir. You upgraded my sword. Hello? When did you get beat up? You took like 2 points of damage. Oh, hey, BTB is here for his game. Someone who will defend this game for... The potential. I'm gonna toot on this game less now that we actually have masters on everyone. We have masters on everyone. Yeah, you've got crime, punch, bulk, status. This is also crime. This is Alonzo as well. There you go. I slapped it just for you. Now that I'm a guild member, can I... Anything happen if I head back to the guild itself? We'll head to the lighthouse shortly, but first, guild. We have a badge now. Really dumb that Gar can't fit through a lot of geometry. Or is this the good? This is so cheap. Oh, it's based by your level. Okay. I have a shot. Oh, I can't give you. I was gonna give you one of every shot. Everyone drops money. Would I be able to make unlimited money just by just turning on auto fire and having Peko smack someone overnight? I'm a guild member. Little onion. Right? I wasn't able to figure this out as a kid. Hi, Cassie. This is as far as I got, I believe. What I was told. Absolutely. Save. Where's the save? There is no save. Stop it. Game, stop it. Let me camp. Stay in the butt game. It's a terrible user interface. It does not auto-prompt to save after rest. I think that one of the rudest things about this entire game is you had Tipo long enough to teach him moves. Oh, his moves got put into the thing. It just never told you that it put his moves into the bank. Well, thanks. Echo, learn to jump. All this time, I thought jump was lost to me until Tipo came back. He doesn't tell you. There, it's full of monsters. Who steps in? Boost. You get him, Peko. I think you got him. Power up, Peko. Steps in. Good. Do you know how to push things? No one knows how to push. It's a different game. You can really feel the thrust of Gar. Echo in the lead somehow now? Get us into another world. If only we could ever see Ray again. Okay, so we need to head to Tunlin. Have I been to Tunlin before? I've been to Tantar, that's what I was thinking. You're cool looking. Get out here, big. Thing's tough. Island somewhere. May as well check this out while we're here. Just no. Could I just skip the mole? Oh, until I come across Tunlin, I guess we just move on. We'll double back to Moleville, I guess, at some point. Fuck. That's a good price. Old dollar. Wooden shoe? Crime. A crime of shoes. The spring. Entrance is buried. Get to Spire. I need a Moleman. I have to save the Moleman for Spire. Spire controls the sky. We haven't established why we'd want to go to Spire. Welcome to Weapon Shop. You never put on some clogs and just felt like doing a tap dance? Our Darger. Wait, are you not wearing any clothes? How are you naked? Oh, because you're morphed right now, so it's not gonna properly... UI. Quartz armor. Everyone can wear it. Tell me about this armor. There's gotta be a downside to this. It's only 10,000. Any improvement at all for your gown? No Marble 3 by any chance? Appreciate it. No. Of course you don't. Back. We're heading to Scanned, I think was our overarching... The bad guys at Scanned. Their main base, I think. No one's established that we have to go to Spire to get to... Yeah. Oh. I suppose we could stop our adventure to help these people who are freezing to death. By heading to Spire, saving the Moleman. You head to Spire to fix the weather. Place 4 identical houses. Alright, so that's why. I have to fix the waterfall so I can get the skin. There's our motivation. Heard the Dark Dragons are employing Freddy Krueger. So wherever Tunlet is. This. I had no quarrel with you. Let's try. It'd be really funny if that killed the undead. Good job, Slim. That would have been handy a moment ago. Owl. Right. Because there's an island somewhere we have to head to, but first, Giovanni. Flashbacks to Brock. Oh boy. I was expecting a lot more out of Dig there. Giovanni is real? In fact, keep doing bind, please. Don't hit me with rock throw. Thank you. Super effective. Mobilized by love. Rhyhorn. True. Very right. Oh, and this is the guy with the kangaroo, right? Yeah. An absolutely incredible Pokemon. That's a dead moon fairy. No messing around. First, steal that child out of his pouch. That's my child now. Then, the power. And the power. Alright, and then from here, we... trying to think, rest up. And then, tower. The ghost tower. Thanks. Teach someone psychic, because we're passing by anyway. Moon Fairy or Bug? Download this right into your brain. Right here. I didn't notice this place last time. What's up? People are great when they're fighting to the death. Just here for story lore, I guess. Pardon me, sir. Let's try out this new move. Right, they're just gonna keep doing that. Oh, but yeah. Whatever type you are, it deflects revenge. Cool. The flying in you? Probably not the bug in you. Okay, I'm right back to it. Alright. Take a quick little break. Stronger? That's big. It's stronger. Is Shin stronger? Idea? I have no idea where to go for this. Cowl. Where do I use the cowl? How do I get there? Have to go to Gust. This guy is saying Gust? Crazy old man. Okay, I was supposed to talk to this man to hear about this. Alright, I have a flute now. Now what do I do with this? You'll never be able to use this. Right now... Now what? Need someone stronger. Now, how do I get to Tunlin? Assuming it's from underwater? Telling me about the flute is nice and all, I wouldn't have known about that. However... It did say southeast, so maybe far southeast underwater would be another island and poke. This is it. This is the desert. That's not it. This is it. Maybe? If I get an idea around these rocks, hold on. Damage cap. It cannot pass these rocks. Never mind, I guess I hope that's not it. The flute wouldn't help me get past those rocks. Up a map of this. A volcano. World. Okay, yeah. Not seeing that letter on the map anywhere. Beautiful. They forgot to place the letter on the beautiful. Try a different map. One that came with the game. How about that? Okay, there it is. How do I get there from the ocean? Oh, really? Just kind of wandering around while I looked at the map on my phone? I found it. Nailed it. All right. Lead the way, fish. Alright, so there is your clue to go all the way back to Gus to get a flute. Bolster lets you in. Alright, let's do a heist and steal the bolster from these people. All like very basic stuff here. The Marble 3? Marble 1. Is there not a Marble 2 in this? Condor down. Ooh. At some point I want to see what the Orochi sword does in combat. These things can be so annoying. Looking at a map of the world, trying to figure out where I am. It doesn't do it. Okay, it lowers enemy speed. Oh, bye, Zuhan. Gotta go find Zuhan again. Condors are a pain in the butt. Come on. There you go. Oh, I remember what the missing step was. It was, I have to finish the Salmon Owl thing before the other one will wrap up. So we'll do that next. Gotta have all the orbs before we wrap it up. Ooh, ooh. Weird. Welcome back. One witch doctor. Right, not fire on the knights. First attempt here did not go particularly well. We've gained some numbers since then. We have a new sword. Right now. Error shit. Have a thunder can work. MP can be taken from the shadows. Very good. Good experience. Very good. Pair of bars you want. Oh, there's F2. That's a lot of horns. Nice cut. Yeah, this team is looking real pretty right now. Five roll fade. Where were we? No idea. I know we are... They try to do clockwise through rooms like this? We're not fighting this. It would take too long. Gillo Gill. Tap that across something. Your two weak ties? So, hit them. Weaknesses do a lot. Those multipliers. Get them. Holy up. Nice. Treasure. That's it. Bolt up. Very good. There's the boss. I will fight it while we're here. Welcome, Bighorn. I may as well. Have that blind tome. Try to shove a Valium down his throat. Hey, big preemptive strike. And he's neutered. Okay, we win. And he's asleep. Nice. Three for 3 on curses. Two hits for 1 damage. Oh yeah. Well, that's more defense to chew through, though. Pardon me. Adam. Black mask acquired. You persuade from down here? No. You one of the ones I want, Tracy? I wouldn't say no to Tracy, but she's not one of the ones I want. Touché. Ninjas are pretty agile. They can be tough to hit. Good shooting. Quite a shot. Alright, so Summoner now has enough MP to do the move. Go off a summon. Dragon is immune to magic. That dragon is wearing a Delver accessory. There's a reason for that. One for three. It's pretty neat when you have more tools at your disposal here. Ew. Oh, thanks. Putting fluid magic into mine. Which on which fluid action? You waste your turn curing that charm. Reduces your movement. You waste your turn curing your poison. Oh, good. Welcome. That's for a free attack. It happens quite often. Sounds really good. Oh, mass crime. Rude. Alright, pointy stick. Not a good move. Just leave. Sadly, Vagrant doesn't rage for pointy stick. Slap that on you and never take it off. Beautiful. And the follow-up Hadouken. Knowing that How can counterattack it? Can he cover too? Enraging. Counter while raging. That be used for shenanigans. Dad. That's a little relaxation here. They fell off the back of a chocobo. Alright, moving on. Welcome aboard. Paste you in here and never remove you. Ooh, a final team assembled. I only have one hero ring. Go keep that on. We have sets where we don't need them. For now, just speed up. Ah, Sir yet not having appeared in this film. Got it. Alright, so to save Child, we have to first go to the belt. Child's going to replace slots. What do I have to do to upgrade him? I think... I think it's the Swordsmaster. So I have to finish Haydn to upgrade him. What about... Aganu. For her. For her, I should be able to do right away. I get the Kaganui in here, right? This isn't even his final form. Now you're just wasting my potions, Gafgarian. Stop that. Take all these spells, thank you. For smacking. Life. Not you last. Next to Backyard. Not playing around. Next turn. Alright, I guess you shoot her then. Shoot her in the back. Beautiful. Very nice. Stop that. Those are expensive. Free shield break. Definitely. Power up. That'll do it. Goodbye, Gafgarian. Battle took only half an hour. What did we learn? It's equip crossbow, not equip bow. May as well. I think this is attempt at boss fight. Doesn't really work in tactics games. Don't do that. Hey, cat. Cat is up under my feet. Come on. There, cat. There, cat. All around. Thank you. Then we fight Oogie Boogie. You're joking. You're joking. I can't believe my ears. No matter how you set your people up, you'll always be able to have them, what do you do? Heck it off the desk. Apologies. Cat managed to minimize, or bring up the desktop. There we go. Alright. Ooh. A gun. What if? Not an FMP overall. Ah, from boss fight to boss fight, let's go! Ow! A little bit of damage. Good boss fight. Welcome back, Lena. Does start off dead. Needs to be put back into her job, which is going to be... Lena is going to be black with white. Placeholder bard, alright. Almost done with white. Now you're doing black. And we are fast appropriate. Okay. You're bard with white. You've mastered white, right? You're black with white. Summoner with black. Done with black, so and white with summoner. There we go. That'll do. Everyone is dead. Oh my god. All same here? That like feels important. That's not how the up go. Free cottage. 5,000 gold. Ah, secret passage. That'd be good if you had time, though. You do not. Cottage is worth it. It's free. It's free. And we got a song. That was worth coming here. Two songs remain. So... go forth and destroy everything. Pretty badass. Stand down the bow of the boat and shout, "No! Oh, moguls, no!" Got 400 bucks. Thanks. I've practiced. That's not weird at all. I'm here. Save music in a bottle? How do you do that? He's more complicated than... Power a bard. Ha, ha, ha. Welcome to Weapon Shop. Bone cane. Oh. Not gonna bother upgrading your weapon. You can use a rapier. How about that? Thick rope. Who are that? Guru Kit. You sell marble through. Eventually I will have to head back to Drogon then. Eventually. Prices here are a little higher. I don't judge. Each their own. We haven't met Zog. Maybe Zog is dashing. I see. Perhaps we could have avoided that if crime was leading them. An herb and a melon. And it kicks you out. Beautiful. Rhyme with his pop collar. So cool. And who doesn't? The marks on her back show how to open the safe? Well, we have to spy on her in the shower then, huh? Nice. As any real hero would, right? But she won't give it to us. We're gonna steal it. Yeah. Thankfully, they have this peeping corner all ready to go. Does this game have a day-night system? I don't recall. What box? Oh, there's Rod 5. Okay, we found Final Rod. I wonder how audible to you guys, the cat meowing in the back. But there is day night. Out nighttime? I have a way to make it night. There. Blue, red, and white. Left. Stars are on the door. We see it in a reflection. We were looking right at her. What a mess. Oh no, says Cry. Bird is gone. Oh, the bird. Big is gone. Okay, so it's just who was in my party. Wouldn't understand. You're already old. Same. But that is, she's got the key, and she's gone. Whoa, knocked us into another world. Maybe FF1? I don't know. I never remember enough about Final Fantasy IV at all. How's your day going, Clark? Tuesday's just dragging? Sorry to hear that. Things faster than dog? Come on. Wonder. Put ice to into fire.
There you go.
Right, wind into fire doesn't turn anything, but because this game is so picky, I have to just try again in a different form. Try fire into ice into wind. Combo system doesn't even turn on because it's so bad.
There you go.
Good job, Crit. Have size. Leave the goddess's dreams. So no need to have an area of monsters on the way there. Or party member? Hello, Deus. For a shrine. More party member? No, not more party member. to the west. So all this, and we lost a party member. Doesn't that just beat all? We definitely want to rest. Assuming that didn't give me a complimentary heal. It did. Like, somehow, the clock is very straight. Maybe cutscenes don't count to the clock, to the game clock? That'd be neat. $3,000 penny, whatever, for 6 points. No. Came through here, lost a party member. Really good. Forced into, or I could save. Oh. Never mind, it's fine. Oh, brother, you can still move? Yeah. Works. Yeah, let's take him with us. Christian's really good. Oh, absolutely. No. Why is this game not good? Horse. Has someone learned this yet? I think Urshan learned it. Very good. Nice. Also uses howling. Whatever howling is, it uses that. Okay, we're wrapping up session here. And Sean. Deep. Alright, I do want to do that. Yeah, we'll keep going until we run into another not great. Summon number 2. Right, attacking 3, that's good. Spread that damage out. Very neat way to do summon. Painted up from everything else. Able you become Swordsmaster, I believe. We'll come back to that Snapdragon later. Lost track of who I was. You part that. Arm part that. Never mind that I'm sending Deneb, which is headlong into their whole army. He's fine. See? Getting better. You're the one with the shoes, too. I'd like to see you finished off first. Very good. Alright, go for the kill. There ya. Have you double back? Touché. Yeah. You'll take your turn clearing that charm. The other witch will probably fluid magic the summoner again. Causes you to dip out. Gotta focus one person down at a time. Right, Oswald. Nice, and the summoner even wastes their turn healing that ninja. Excellent. You the one I want? You can leave. Leave me alone. Go away. Take the 2 guarantee. Answer. Get up, Gomez. Surprise! Now you're a Chimera Brain. I hold a Chimera Brain. Ow. It's super fast. 2 turns me. Chimera Brain is garbage. like so many other things in this game. It's terrible. And for once, we have up-to-date equipment. 7,000 experience. You have a few Phoenix Downs. Prismatic Rhythm, hello, welcome. And Raiders. Welcome to the not-so-thrilling part of this game. How you doing today? What were you playing? Damn. I opened the door, may as well go inside. Oh, Reverse. Oh, baby. Oh, you finished a good game. Picked up what? Let's see. Joy. More vampire. I would not recommend it. It moves slower. Everything is really bad in this game. It's really bad. That's with lightning resistance. It's really bad. I have played too many versions of this game and been upset with all of them, and they've each progressively been worse than the next. At least the Super Nintendo one was funny bad. The translation was so bad that it kind of distracted me from how bad the game looked. And then the 4-pixel remaster was just kind of there. This is all terrible. Allow me to demonstrate how bad it is. I'm going to use potions now. This is me spamming the potion button. This is how fast it moves. No matter how... This is just the speed that this game moves at. It doesn't... It moves at its pace. It does not give a crap about you. The US Super Nintendo, FF2. That is a hilariously bad translation. The point where I wasn't sure what was going on some of the time. Skullbase. The naming way is the only thing that makes this thing usable. Now, if you jump into the air, can he no longer do... Nope. Immediate. Immediate search and destroy. No redemption for how terrible this game is and how all the enemies get double the turns that you do. No redemption. Yeah, FF5 is great. FF5 is top favorite Final Fantasy. And the rest of this shovel, pouring potions down Golbez is to call it. Absolutely. At least that would run at speed. The door has transformed into a monster. At least this thing gives a boatload of experience. Golbez is helping. And dead. Wonder if I have an item that does work. FF6 is just Final Fantasy. FF6 Advance is just basic FF6, but with bad bonus content. It's halfway of a cash grab, I suppose. It's there. I have nothing against FF6 Advance. It moves better than this. Farewell, Chimera Brain. The best FF2 is still the NES. Because man, the Pixel Remaster messed up, quite a bit in the of 2. I don't think anyone who worked on the original FF2... I don't think anyone who worked on the Pixel Remaster played the original. And or understood it. Do I have an item that doesn't have a... Sure, stops. No. Or has transformed into a monster. Now who gets to die? Golbez gets to die. The 9th dimension. Did not mean to have you poke it, but alright. Surprise! Another Chimera Brian! FF3 is just a bad game. FF3 is bad. Every boss design is large area attack. Large area attack. The final boss has one move. And jobs class systems are boring if every single one is if every time you get new ones, they are all meant to be upgrades. To a much better game. This is FF1 Restored, a rebalance, with some quality of life, like a nicer UI. and a Go Quick button. And colors. And we've taken that away. What's in the box? Money! Oh really, you can use any class you want, but if you don't use this class, you will die. And if you don't use this class against the bird, you will die. If you don't use this class against this entire dungeon, you will die. All will be lost. The world will be doomed. At least the Pixel Remaster did away with summoning sickness, it was, I think they called it. The thing that made it debuffed you. My first time playing FF3 was the DS version. Just the worst version of all. If you want to change classes, well, for a few fights, you're gonna be debuffed hard. Or in the original, where you had points that you had to spend in order to change classes. At least they learned that that was dumb, and when they got to 5 and did job classes again, which is like the last time they ever did job classes. If you want to change, go ahead. We don't care. I don't like we give a shit. Do what you want. I don't think they ever did job classes again. I'm thinking it was almost in 12. The original 12, you could kind of put yourself into one. You had to. There was kind of a job class system in 12 Zodiac system, but everyone ended up more or less being the same regardless. All the jobs were the same. This thing. I haven't played any of the MMOs. Those probably have job systems, but not ones that you can change around. Your called shot of what you want your classes to be from the start. That's just a FF1. That's FF6. That's FF5, but you have FF4, but you have no chain. You have no control over who's in the party. FF4 could have even been cool if you could have then just chosen who was in the party. And then no one would ever pick up Edge ever again. Boosts! A party of... like, dump Rosa since magic doesn't work on anything. Or not Rosa, dump really green Golbez. Because magic doesn't really work well on anything. For Yang, just keep Yang around. $103 damage. 104. My god, these ghosts are terrifying. Holy cow. Why'd they even bother giving Ninja Golbez crime? If they weren't gonna make crime in the game at all? It makes no sense. That's a lot of Sahajins. I guess. that their first attempt at crime was bad. I don't think any game does crime well. None of the Final Fantasies I played does crime well. They don't have really a weird obtuse system. Brave New World at least made crime. I want to say it feels more consistent. The payoff is better. 48.9. That's not good. I think the light axe does something to say. I think it casts Dia, I want. Means it helpful against undead. You want that. Ages. I do not recall at all. I just looked at it. Ace. Mage Staff. Asphira. Well, if I don't need healing, hit him with fire. Kill it with fire. Fire 2 on all. Beautiful. I will never run out of things to do. Maybe I should give that to you, actually. Let's give you an AoE. I don't think you'll ever stop using the heal staff unless you have to drop a nuke. Dave could pivot over to Fire 2 now. A lot of Chiefs. Chiefs. Chiefs? Chiefs? Okay, I can do one more shot. What can wait? Here for the bolster so we can go into the mole's dream. Does that mean I can just take the bolster? Take care, Prismatic. Yeah, I'm wrapping up here. This will probably be the last shuffle unless the next game is really cool. I'm peeping on in the bathroom. Aya. Melon. Keep a melon in your... Oh, there's the bolster. Why do you keep melons in... What do melons do? It's so important. That's all it does, is just an HP restore. And they don't stack. It's weird, man. Lost the M drop. But this is Mega Elixir. Okay, so keeping it the Mega Elixir and the key item Never stack. I've never stacked an herb either. Speaking of Mel, lead the way, Nina. Pay no attention to the Nina in blue that is also in this town. Have to leave town to war. In their royal vault, they were keeping the key item, a Mega Elixir, and melons. Gramor, the name of the mole town? Where am I? Did anyone say what the name of the town was? Oh, I'm in the right place. Alright, tonight we dine well. We feast on this man's dreams. I'll never be able to use this. Man, do you use this for me? Yes, I'm right. Would you dream of empty treasure chests? Can't get rid of the spell-casting monster. Oh, this place is nice. I'm Mogu's anger. I can't help it because anger doesn't solve any problems. Oh, this is Inside Out. Except with less tears at the end. Don't worry, be happy. I'm Mogu's reason. Be whole only when we're all united. I want to destroy the monster. I'm afraid. This place could be super trippy. Sorrow. Alright, so we have to find courage. Wait. There could be a box in here. Are there two of you? And you're gonna charge me in your dreams? Guess that's the part of you that loves capitalism. There's nowhere ever sell. Oh, as in this does make you tear up? I don't know, I cried like a baby at the end of Inside Out. Okay. Agility up. I won't save you. Gotta use the can't just talk about the Marble 3. Need to actually use them. So, I like games that let you turn off random encounters. Create your own difficulty curve. Alright, this is cute. I like that. You know what? I like this. This is a good gimmick. Good design. Has your spatial recognition and memory scattered across the shuffler. How is it? That one level in Blue Guy that I couldn't get past as a kid. Oh, green. Need a poke of red. There's a red. I reach that red. Hey, hey, here we go. We did it. Got it, coach. Fight me, child. Oh. Never mind then. Well, this is less good. Is Mogu's courage somewhere in here, or should it... Was he back in town, hiding somewhere? Alright, last shuffle of the day. I do have to go do this. The one man that lives here. Up here? Yeah, you. As someone who works primarily with women, not what you think. You don't even sell herbs, right? Yeah, I'm not talk on herbs. Could be okay. Yeah, get him, Taloon. Aura with that 100 health, my goodness. Taloon's just standing there, terrifying all these dinosaurs with his screams. So good. I'd much rather just watch. Work's over? Nice. God, Ragnar. Always count Saloon. Take care of the party. Last shot. Calm down. You have Blazemore. Balloon is a beast. Can't hurt this large man. A very large man doing a funny dance. I have a lot of free time this weekend, so there will be many more streams this weekend. Or just one giant stream? Get back in first. BTB is available, it'll be do some multiplayer Heroes 3. Balloon and Offie with the same amount of health. Good job, Ragnar. Rocked up. Health up. 3 steps. Into a bunch of walrus. Walrus-eye? Walrus-in? Great Ori. Hallowed are the Ori. Sleepy. Well, sleepy octopus. Walrus. What the heck are you? You're dead when you... Nice. And a girl's Elena. Good job, Offie. It would drastically change the dynamic of this game if you could, control whoever was the party leader. There. Nice. Instead of, just a hero. I like the way this works. There's a reason this is one of my favorite games. The reason why this is like one of the only 2 games I've done a comprehensive Let's Play of. Attaboy Toulouse! Everyone here's got a roll, and they're all doing it well. God, Elena. Strong. Agility. Vitality. Luck. Beautiful level up. I don't even remember what the encounter was that killed Elena. Eventually she'll get her some water flying clothes. We're not there yet. I believe those clothes reduce max and or breath damage. Really good. Okay, we're done. Not that I don't want to do, it's just that I don't have time. So, thanks everyone for coming out. Back at this soon.